Okay, dann würde ich sagen, legen wir los. Einen schönen guten Morgen an alle zusammen und herzlich willkommen zurück am Flughafen Zürich an einem erneut nebligen Samstagmorgen und an einem neuen Spot, den ich heute mal ausprobiere. Ja, ihr kennt mich wahrscheinlich bereits alle oder die meisten von euch. Ich bin der Joel, der Inhaber dieses Kanals, und ich nehme euch jede Woche mit hier auf meine Plane Spotting Adventures, und ich freue mich jedes Mal, wenn ihr mit dabei seid. Ich wünsche euch ganz viel Spaß und hoffe, dass euch der neue Spot gefällt. Then also to the English-speaking audience, good morning everyone and welcome back to Zurich Airport at another foggy morning here at Zurich Airport. My name is Joel, the owner of this channel, and I take you with me on my plane spotting adventures week after week, and I'm very glad that so many people are joining every time, and that's exactly what I want to have. So I wish you lots of fun today, and let's see what we are going to see today. I already know that according to Flight Radar we will expect a very nice older aircraft, which is a ULS Airbus A310 freighter. So that is a rather old aircraft. I've never spotted it from this position here, so I'm looking forward to this a lot. And other than that, we will see. I also saw something like a special livery of Turkish Airlines, which arrives a bit later, but we will see. The first aircraft is going to be an Airways A321 Neo. Oh, did I do a short face reveal? Oops, that was not intended, but yeah, okay, now you know how I look. Okay, as I mentioned in German already, we are at a new spot today. I could quickly explain where this is. Right in front of us, maybe 150 meters away from the center line of runway 14. That's our position. And I can already show you afterwards for the first landing. It's already getting closer. And then I show you what I mean by that. So here we have, oops, the first landing of the day. ITA Airways with an A321neo. Okay, full zoom is maybe a bit ambitious, but kind of okay still. Yeah, it's always a bit of a testing. It has been a while since I've been here the last time actually, like at least 9 months or so. So I have to figure out the best settings yet again. But it's the first time we are here for a live stream and I want to check it out how it works. Whether we have enough to see, especially during the departure rush later. We can see runway 16 kind of, at least behind those trees. In the winter it's actually not that bad since the trees don't have any leaves on it, but yeah, in terms of departures we are kind of isolated here, but I've called the live stream like close-up landings for a reason, right? Alright, we have another landing coming up, which is an EasyJet A320 as it looks, so let's take a look at that. It's a bit of a pity that these trees there are kind of in the way, but yeah, this is how it is. And the first heavy of the day, by the way, is going to be an Edelweiss A350. So here we have the EasyJet A320. I've used just a little less zoom than the last time. Let's see how this works out. And what I like about this spot is the perspective, like the angle on the touchdown. Really cool. As you can see, we are just above the fence for the touchdown. I would love if we have this, yeah, well, there it's a bit in the way, but it's not too bad. Actually, I could quickly show you. When I was not doing live streams, I used to stand on this bench over there, but with all the equipment I have now with me, this would be quite an unstable thing. So I decided to come a bit further to the right, which gives me the necessary place. So let's see whether this works in terms of camera adjustment, kind of, yeah. Yeah, there's another EasyJet coming in, absolutely right, and then it's turn for the Edelweiss A350 from San Jose. All right, let's check out who already joined the live stream today. Manica is here, good morning, welcome to you. Although you wrote at 3:22 a.m. I don't know whether you're still here. However, if you're here, welcome. Then our moderator, Long Ranger Nomad. Merci vielmals fürs Moderieren wieder. Das ist wirklich top. Freut mich sehr, dass ich immer auf deine Unterstützung zählen kann. Then Joel, good day to you. Glad to see you again. Same name as I have, just a female version. Then Matteo, good morning to you. Great to see you again. Fatbike Amberg ist auch mit dabei. Guten Morgen, Grüße nach Bayern. Dann Damian ist auch mit dabei. Guten Morgen. Dann RSZ Spotter, guten Morgen, Z Aviation, guten Morgen, schön, dass du wieder mit dabei bist und Grüße ins Zürcher Oberland. Ja, hier ist es nicht viel besser mit dem Nebel. Ibrahim, good morning to you. Und Hans Müller, guten Morgen, schön dich wiederzusehen hier im Live-Chat und Grüße nach Opfikon. Dann Yves ist auch wieder mit dabei, guten Morgen. Okay, are you ready for the next two landings? I hope so. Still kind of getting used to my new gloves here, which are a bit thicker than the other ones, but therefore have touchscreen ability, or like are able to handle touchscreens. That's the purpose why I got them. So 90 or zoom factor 90, and now we are waiting for the next landing, which is an EasyJet A320, I think, from Porto. And the good thing is in winter we see them a bit earlier due to the fact that the trees don't have any leaves, so we can see the landing lights a bit earlier. In summer it's actually quite a challenge because you have to be really ready to the point of time when the aircraft appears behind the tree, and then you have very little time to adjust, because from the moment the aircraft appears until it's touching down there's like less than 10 seconds, so not the easiest spot here in terms of timing, but it's all a matter of practice in the end. Yeah, in the winter it's really not too bad. You can see the aircraft longer than in the summer, obviously. In the summer, this aircraft would already have disappeared behind, oops, the tree leaves. That's a good thing to remember, actually. So, ADT 289er, good morning and greetings to Holland. And are you ready for the first heavy landing of the day? The Edelweiss A350 from San Jose in Costa Rica. So let's see how zoom factor 90 is doing for the heavies. Shouldn't zoom in too much, but it should be alright. I think I remember to have used zoom factor 90 like all the time earlier, so this should be okay. And if not, we have other A350s coming in today as well, so. Okay, you can see the landing lights already. Let's enjoy that one. And here it comes.
Contact apron 121.855. 11855, Edelweiss. Goodbye. Goodbye.
Well, looks good, doesn't it? And we continue straight away with Austrian Airlines from Vienna, an A320. Matthias, guten Morgen an dich, schön dich wiederzusehen. And after Austrian Airlines we have Air France from Paris. Ja, Premium-Spot, der hat Vor- und Nachteile. Er gibt mir ein bisschen Polderbahn-Vibes im Vergleich. Nur der Zaun ist halt ein bisschen im Weg, aber... Der Dreiercurve, guten Morgen. Ja, die Bank ist frei. Ich stehe nicht auf der Bank. Das wäre zu wackelig da oben mit all dem Streaming-Equipment. Also, wenn du Lust hast auf ein paar Close-Up-Shots, feel free to join. And here's Austrian Airlines from Vienna.
Aircraft 131 Whiskey Juliet, wind 250 degrees 5 knots, runway 14, Airlines. Runway 14, also 133, connect apron, 121.855. 121.855, Austrian 133, Biscay.
Ein paar Bäume, die man am besten gleich fällen würde, ja, fühle ich. Morgen. So, and next is Air France, right? Yes, it is. Oh. Ja, ein bisschen zu weit rausgezoomt hier. Here we go. It's really that they are appearing right behind the trees, and then you'll have like 10 seconds until it's on the ground. So I'm just kind of thinking right now, should I focus on the engines when the aircrafts are passing us, or to the nose or the cockpit windows? Both has advantages and disadvantages, but
Could you connect apron 121.855? 11855, could you get?
Okay, next is Air Europa, but we have a few more minutes to go until this one arrives. Nikolas, guten Morgen und schön, dich hier im Live-Chat zu sehen. Grüße nach Griesheim. Und die Miat 767, ja, die habe ich auch schon gesehen in Frankfurt. Jetzt im Moment fliegen sie ja, glaube ich, mit der 787 dorthin. Oh, and we have the first donation of the day, ZRH Aircraft. Thank you very, very much.
Europa 57 Romeo Charlie Tower, hello, wind 240 degrees 5 knots, runway 14, clear the line. Runway 14, Europa 57 Romeo Charlie.
And another one, wow. Okay, that's a really great start. Oh, come on. Yeah, whatever. Captain Gator, thank you very, very, very much for your donation. Highly appreciated. Focus on cockpit windows, you say. Okay, I can do that for sure. However, I think like when we have the A330, for example, which has the reversers like opening to the side, like, you know what I mean. I don't know how to express this in English, but okay. I think focusing on the engines could be an advantage. But for the rest, cockpit windows sounds good. Okay, next is Air Europa with a 737 from Madrid. I haven't seen their 787s in a while. Sometimes they upgrade the equipment, but not today.
Grazie, 46 Tower, grazie, number 2.
Here we go. I hope ATC is not too loud. I can make it or change the volume if necessary.
Grazie, 460, wind 240 degrees, 4 knots, runway 14, clear to land. Europa 57 Romeo Charlie, connect apron 121.855.
121.855. I'm done 617. Guten Morgen. Schön, dass du wieder mit dabei bist. And next one we have Croatia Airlines with an A220 today. Not the Dash 8. Here it is. Reto, guten Morgen, schön, dass du mit dabei bist. And I don't know how you think, guys, but this landing was about as smooth as it gets, despite the flare was a bit long, but that touchdown was absolute kiss on the ground. Okay, we have another landing coming up, which is Finnair. With an A320, and then it's time for the next heavy. The Swiss A330 inbound from Washington. We're doing a runway check there, as it looks. You can see there the vehicle on the runway.
Open 6 Alpha Papa, Zurich Tower, continue approach, number 1. Cover approach, 6 Alpha Papa.
And of course, as long as this vehicle is on the ground, we do not have any landings. Actually already curious how much we will see of the runway 16 departures. Aviation Y5D, good morning to you. Great to see you here in the live chat. So, following the Swiss A330 will be an Aer Lingus A320. So, quite a few landings coming up, that's nice. Reti 1979, guten Morgen, Grüße auf Luzern, schön, dass du mit dabei bist. Gerade rechtzeitig für die nächsten Landungen hier auf der Piste 14.
Papa, wind 24, 0 degrees, 4 knots, runway 14, clear to land. Clear to land, runway 14, Finnair 6 Alpha Papa.
Finnair has landing clearance, so let's take a look. And wait until it appears behind the trees there. I thought I unlocked the tripod head properly.
Kilo Tower, great, number 2.
Okay, Washington flight has already checked in at the tower frequency.
Swiss 2 kilo, wind 24, 0 degrees, 4 knots, runway 14, clear to land. Clear land, runway 14, Swiss 2 kilo.
8899 RGRXX. Guten Morgen, grüß und schön, dass du wieder mit dabei bist. Berlin weiss nicht, wie das Wetter ist, aber wenn es dort noch mehr Nebel hat, dann bin ich froh, dass ich da bin.
121.855.
Alright folks, are you ready for the next heavy? Swiss A330 from Washington. And let's actually do a little landing ranking here. You may tell me in the chat afterwards from 1 to 10 how you would rate this landing. Although the A330 is usually a butter machine. can actually go even further here. Well, I'd say that was a solid 8 out of 10. Especially the nose wheel touchdown was very smooth. It's a really pity. If we would be like half a meter higher, then we wouldn't have the fence there. But okay, we take it. It's still an interesting perspective, like something different compared to other spots we have checked out so far. I'm going to create a chart actually, like a situation chart of the different spots, and then yeah, let you know like where we have already been and where not. 7 out of 10, okay, fair. Solid 7.8, little bounce without leaving the gear off the ground, okay. Fair enough. Okay, next is Aer Lingus A320 from Dublin.
Golf Tower, grade to number 2.
Oh, there it already is. Okay, if the Swiss A330 before was a 7.5, then this has to be an 8 at least. That was very smooth, if you ask me.
The Golf connect apron 121.855. 855, Swiss 5 Pop Golf in 240 degrees 4 knots, runway 14, clear land.
Stream von diesem Spot über dem Flughafen, du meinst dort beim Waldrand, gell? Ja, da hatte ich eigentlich vor, ein bisschen zu warten, bis ein bisschen Schnee liegt. Aber guter Punkt, da könnten wir wieder mal hingehen, aber es darf nicht zu neblig sein, weil sonst siehst du von dort halt einfach gar nichts. And I hear something like... taxiing aircraft over there. You have some more landings. First an A220 of Swiss from Munich. Already coming in, so I quickly go over, not to miss that one. Here it is, and let's see whether this is going to be the first 10 out of 10 landing. I'd rate this one again somewhere between 7 and 8. Aviator LZB, that's Bern, I think. Good morning. Welcome to the chat. I saw something behind the trees there. Which is an A330 of Swiss to Mumbai, as it looks. Wait, come on, zoom in. Thank you. So that's what we are going to see of the runway 16 departures. Unfortunately, this stupid fence is really... wish they would be just a bit higher, but okay. Oops, And I hear more taxiing aircraft, but we should not lose focus here. The next landing is a heavy one. Uppsala. Another Swiss A330 from JFK. Yeah. This one has taken Echo 1 as it looks. And I also hear another aircraft coming up on the taxiway, which is another Swiss A330. I like the remote, however, sometimes it's a bit quirky. Alright, ready for the next heavy landing. We rated the last one 7.5 on average, I think, so let's see whether this one is going to be even smoother.
Contact apron 121.855.
Well, I would say this was smoother than the first one. Oops. Do we have another one? Yes, Pegasus with an A321 Neo inbound from Istanbul. 8.3, 9.2. Yep, that's like the range I would classify this as well. That was a very good landing. So, both runway 16 entries at the threshold are taken by two A330s. One to Mumbai and the other one to JFK. My Lieblingsspot, my favorite spot. I like this one actually for landings. Observations deck is very nice too for close-up taxiing shots and runway 16 takeoffs. Yeah, every spot has kind of advantages and disadvantages. It just really depends on what you want. Whether you want close-up shots or more from the side. Then the lighting plays into it as well, of course. Attila, good morning und willkommen. I don't know how you feel, but this one doesn't join the smooth landing club today. The others were smooth, for sure. Good, next we have Airlines, an A320 from Athens. And then the next heavy, the 777 from Toronto, Air Canada.
Canada 880, Zurich Airport, your number 2. Continue approach.
Okay, here we go. Asian Airlines.
Air Canada 880, wind 280 degrees, 5 knots, runway 14, clear to land.
Clear to land 14,
Right.
Canada 880.
First 777 landing of today. First one out of 3. Mistaken in total, 2 Swiss, 1 Air Canada. And of course the 777 is always a great sight. I'm not sure whether it has the old or the new livery on it, so I'll let myself surprise. Old livery. The old livery, right? Yes. Hey, where are the spoilers? Already retracted. Okay. Interesting. I don't know, is it common to retract the spoilers so early? Like in the middle of the deceleration? I mean, normally I would expect that they retracted about here, but, well... Alright, welcome to Zurich, to everyone arriving from Toronto. And well, we have now some departures on runway 16. There are a total of 3 Swiss A330s going up. One has already gone. And the next one follows. Let's see how this looks. Oh yeah, they are behind the trees. It looks kind of funny. See just the tail fin there. And let's see whether we can hear the spool ups at least. And you can't also see the climb out because the fog is hanging too low. Okay, here we go. It's like a shark fin. A painted shark fin. Yeah, well, oh, thanks for the explanation, Fatbag Amberg. Das kann ich machen, Lone Ranger Nomad. I am dann, oder Tony, vielen Dank für den Support. Dann befördere ich dich nachher gerade zum Moderator. Machen wir doch so. natürlich vielen herzlichen Dank für euren Support beim Moderieren. Das ist wirklich top. Dadurch kann ich mich da wirklich aufs Filmen konzentrieren und ab und zu gleich in Live-Chat hinschauen. Das ist echt super. Alright, takeoff. This is the one to Mumbai. I don't know, do you hear the engine sound of the spool-ups over there? I can hear them quite good, but I don't know how the microphone is taking it up. Must mention that the airport is actually in the middle of a natural preserve area. That's why we have a lot of wildlife and a lot of trees here. And that's why even some actually quite good locations are even restricted. So, well. So what do we have next? The Swiss A320 from Frankfurt, and then the Delta 767-400ER from New York John F. Kennedy. Yeah. I wished I could press on this symbol, but this doesn't work. Come on, are you serious? What did I buy my gloves for? If this doesn't work. No. Okay, registered November 8 to 8 Mile Hotel, delivered in June exactly 2025 years old. That's quite a good age for a 767, even though not the oldest. Merci vielmals, Lone Ranger, das ist eine gute Idee. Wobei ich glaube, das dritte, zumindest wenn die Livestream-Activity etwa so ist wie jetzt, dann sollte das eigentlich gut langen. Eben, wenn es mal hart auf hart kommt, kann ich selber ein bisschen schauen. Aber okay, let's get ready for the next landings here. Oh, look what's taxiing over there to runway 16. I think that's the one to Kilimanjaro. But well, we are here for the landings today. Is the Swiss A320 from Frankfurt. Das stimmt, ja. Das haben wir sehr darauf geachtet, absolut. Da bin ich auch sehr, sehr dankbar dafür, dass wir das so hingekriegt haben und dass der Chat immer sehr anständig ist, dass es hier niemanden gibt, der uns spammt oder so. Das ist echt klasse. So wünsche ich mir das. So, where's the next landing?
Come on. Reduce minimum approach speed.
There it is.
Delta 52, reduce to minimum approach speed. We are currently at a minimum approach speed, Delta 52. Roger. Delta 8 for Echo, kindly expedite to vacate runway, first exit right, Hotel 1, traffic coming close behind.
Expediting Hotel 1 for Echo.
We have to expedite. Delta seems to be close behind.
12858 for Echo.
I can already hear them, so we quickly go to the other side again and see where Delta is appearing.
Delta 52, wind 280 degrees, 4 knots, runway 14, clear to land.
Clear to land 14, Delta 52.
Yeah, there it already is. Look at that, that was quick.
Golf Tower, Delta Morgan, wind 270 degrees, 4 knots, runway 14, clear land.
Runway 14, clear land, Delta Golf.
Delta 52, connect apron, 121.855.
Hello Airport-fan, guten Morgen. And we have more heavies coming up. The next one is a Swiss A330 from Chicago. And then we have a Swiss 777 from Sao Paulo. While over there we have the Edelweiss A350 to Kilimanjaro chilling in front of runway 16, waiting for its departure. But I have to go to the approach sector again because the Swiss A330 is already quite close on short final, and we do not want to miss it, of course. Alright, third A330 landing today. Let's see where this one is placed then on the 1 to 10 smooth landing scale. Okay, is that the first 10 out of 10? That looked very, very smooth.
Swiss 93 Tower, grade 7280 degrees, 4 knots, runway 14, clear land.
10 out of 10, okay.
Swiss 9 Golf, contact apron 121.855.
I would say so too. I mean, how much smoother can you put that one down? Edelweiss still waiting there. And we have two 777s in a row. The first one from Sao Paulo and the second one from Miami. Both Swiss international airlines. So let's see whether the 777s can keep up with the A330s here. A330 pilots have really set the bar here. Alex, okay. Ja, die 767 gefällt mir beim Start auch besser, das stimmt. Immer eine Kiste Bier hinstellt, der ist gut. Oh, wing floof, nice. I love the smell of burned rubber in the morning. And that was a very smooth landing for the 777. Smoother than the other ones for sure. Morgen Renato. Und grüß nach Graubünden. And speaking of 777s, there's another one taxiing for departure on runway 16. 777's taking over here. As we have another one on approach, the Swiss flight 64 from Miami. Oh, and that means we will hear soon a nice 777 engine spool up. And here we have the next 777 landing. Not very pleased with that filming apparently, but okay. Yeah, when I feel like I cannot keep track with the nose properly, then I usually let the frame fall back to the engine on the main landing gear. This is kind of a strategic method I'm using here, generally actually, when I film. So, Edelweiss is now on the runway, Singapore Airlines waiting behind. And I think Edelweiss will be released right away because there's a little gap in the approach sequence, so let's see. Yeah, looks like. No, it's actually taxiing on the runway. What's going on there? Looks like this bird ain't going anywhere here. Yep. And now it's really a pity that they are on the other tower frequency. Yep. No takeoff for Edelweiss there. Yeah. It doesn't really make sense to switch back to the other frequency, because if they have mentioned the reason, they would have already told, I guess. So, yeah. Maybe some of you can check on liveatc.net and go back in the time sequence trying to find it out. This would be quite interesting to know.
Flight 31 Lima,
I hear 767 taxis are over there. United Airlines. There's a little gap in the trees. Here we go. 767-300 ER. I don't see it properly on flight radar. Either Chicago, Newark, or... no, one of those two actually. The Washington flight departs later. So, two more landings. British Airways from London City. That's an Embraer 190. Oh, we have United Airlines over there. And a little further to the front, Singapore Airlines. Das nächste Skigebiet von Zürich. Oberiberg is quite close. Maybe Flumserberg as well. That's two famous one I know. talk too much about skiing here, otherwise I miss here next landing. That would be not so good. So here we go. British Airways from London City.
Tower function of 3009.
Nice touchdown. Here we go. Spoilers up, reversers on.
degrees, 3 knots, runway 14, clear to land.
Get runway 14, function of 3009.
Those are idle reversers, I guess.
G1 Lima, connect apron, 121.855. 121.855, flyers, Zurich Lima.
Flumseberg, yeah. And Eberg as well, depends a bit. Flumseberg is a bit larger, I think. Has more slope kilometers, but I liked Eberg actually as well. It's quite nice wide slopes there. Not too large, for a day trip perfect if you ask me, but so next we have a Challenger coming up. Small airplane, so I zoom in a bit bigger here. A bit closer, not bigger, closer. It's the NetJets. Kind of looks like it. Yes, it is. Yeah, those stripes are very, yeah, I wouldn't say iconic, but
degrees, 3 knots, runway 14, clear to land.
very characteristic for the NetJets fleet.
Connect apron, 121.855.
Apron 121.755, function
Yeah, in terms of the Edelweiss A350 would be interesting now if we were at the observations deck. That's really something. How long have I been filming now here? Like for over 12 years. But I never caught something very like super special, exciting in terms of bumpy landings or so. Well, there was a rejected takeoff of a Thai A340-600, that's what I remember. But other than that, maybe the one or the other go around. The Swiss A350 go around, okay, but well, it's also not something super special to go around. And I think this is a candidate for another 10 out of 10 landing. I thought this one was very smooth. And you could hear in the background this Singapore 777 spooling up for departure to Singapore. And United is following right behind, I guess. Those trees there. Do I need them? No. Are they there? Yes. Oh God. I want to zoom out on flight radar with my gloves, but it zoom in, but it zooms out instead. It's kind of annoying. come on. Are you serious? Yeah. Those gloves kind of, yeah, they are better than just cold fingers, but I'm not fully convinced yet, to be honest. So, this 767 behind the trees there, registered November 665 uniform Alphas, 27 years old, and there they go. That's the disadvantage here of this tree. It would have been cool if they would keep focused, because there's another United 767 there. Registered November 666 uniform Alpha, right? The next one in sequence. Ooh. Okay, that's cool. Which is the flight number? You may tell us, and then we will closely watch that landing for sure. And when do you arrive? Like, estimated arrival time? Oh nee, die Handschuhe habe ich nicht bei Wish bestellt. Das war so ein Outdoor-Shop. Okay, einfach ein bisschen geduldig sein. Next landing, Edelweiss with an A320 inbound from Edinburgh.
Kilo Kilo, Tower Grid 722 degrees 6, costing 11 knots, runway 14, clear to land.
11 knots of wind. Okay. Das könnte ich, ja gut, wobei, ich glaube, ich warte schnell bis zur nächsten Pause. Wobei, jetzt ist dann Inbound Rush. Ich versuche das mal so zwischen den Landungen irgendwie reinzuquetschen. Morgen. Nein, das war ein 777. Boeing 777, ja. Ja, sind beide groß. Ja. Ja, ich vermisse ihn sehr, das Ingi 380 tatsächlich. Emirates? Ja, der kommt dann so kurz nach 12. Ja? Ja, das ist der Autor, oder? Ja, genau. Genau. Ah, echt? Okay. Schönen Tag noch, danke. So, Edelweiss from Edinburgh. Ooh, smooth.
Edelweiss 2 Kilo, maybe take off that too. Edelweiss 2 Kilo, Hotel 2 approved, and apron 121.855, hot in.
Hot in, Edelweiss 2 Kilo.
Oh, 1640, that's too late. That's a pity.
37 Kilo, preceding is about to vacate, wind 210
sorry,
degrees,
man.
5 knots, runway 14.
Sorry, Joel, but 1640, that is too late, unfortunately. I have to leave at around 3:30 today. But I wish you a pleasant flight nevertheless. And next is a Swiss A320 from Nice in southern France. Okay, now we're talking in terms of smooth landings. That was close to a 10 out of 10. Although let's just say that was a 10 out of 10 because I don't think that you can put this one down much smoother anyways. Oh, vacates a little earlier than the heavies, of course. So, now I have time.
1 Kilo, contact apron 121.855, hello.
ZH Memes. Angesprochen werde ich hier relativ häufig tatsächlich. Aber während dem Filmen eigentlich nicht. Also da bin ich auch froh drum. So, Katinka, guten Morgen. Schön, dass du mit dabei bist. Und dann mache ich jetzt schnell die Beförderung von unserem neuen Moderator, bevor wir hier die nächsten Landungen haben. So, Toni, willkommen im Moderationsteam, zusammen mit dem Lone Ranger und dem Pierrido. Und auch an dich vielen herzlichen Dank für deinen Support. Also eigentlich müsste ich jetzt drin sein. Oder?
Delta Tanker Tower, wind 210 degrees, 5 knots, runway 14, clear to land.
Ja, genau, jetzt bist du drin. Tipptopp. Okay. Next landing will be Iberia with an A320neo, followed by another A320 of British Airways. Yeah, and then it's main inbound rush time, folks. Swiss A350 coming in about 25 minutes. So how do you like this spot here so far? It's the first time we are here for a live stream. I mean, I know this spot from earlier when I was just filming for my own. Perspective is quite cool. Disadvantage though is, yeah, you're quite isolated for the landings. Only departures are, you don't see too many of that, or too much of that. But well, as you know, I want to show you different perspectives every week, so I think this one is quite a good alternative, especially if it is more foggy than it is right now, because we are very close to the runway, and this could be a joker for very, very foggy days like we had uh, how long was that? Like 1.5 months ago, when we could really see nothing at all. Then this spot could be a good one. But also for the compilations, I mean, then we have some variety in those as well. And then there is only like one spot. Aerokanal, guten Morgen, schön, dass du mit dabei bist. Then it's like only one more spot that I would like to try out in the future, but for that I need landings on runway 28. So here we have Iberia from Madrid.
Romeo, top 3,500 welcome. Zero Romeo, now moving 220 degrees, 4 knots, runway 14, Airlines. 14, West 1, Iberia 06 Delta Tango, connect apron 121.855. 121.855, Iberia 06 Delta Tango, bye.
Rakesh, good morning. Great to see you. I know I'm not using a ladder. Would be an yeah, well, my tripod is not high enough. But yeah, good point. I could actually extend my equipment a bit here. Although actually I do not kind of want to carry too much stuff with me. So far I'm good with 3 bags. That's good for like transporting the stuff in the public transport. And I want to keep it simple anyways, but yeah, a ladder and a higher tripod maybe is not such a bad idea. So next, British Airways from London Heathrow. Live streams at other airports, that's a good question. I did one at Frankfurt. It's just a question of whether I have a good internet connection there. And also in terms of transportation, it's of course way simpler to just carry the tripod and the camera instead of the entire streaming equipment. Du, an dem Flughafen gibt es so viele Büsche, die ich am liebsten abholzen, ich sag's dir, aber nee, du, das wird schwierig. Da ist sehr viel Naturschutzgebiet rundherum, ist auch okay. Ich meine, wir sind in einem Sumpfgebiet da, aber ja, auf dem Spotter zum Teil würde man nicht Nein sagen, wenn der ein oder andere Baumweg wäre. Obwohl ein Vorteil haben ja die Büsche tatsächlich. Es gibt einen natürlichen wie Schluss von einem Clip, wenn ein Flüger hinter einem Busch oder was auch immer verschwindet. Das ist der Vorteil dahinter. Wobei die Büsche hier können von mir aus 500 Meter weiter runter umpflanzt werden. No, another break, okay. I just figured out that we can see the climb outs of runway 28. If there are any. Yep, there is one. And if I got the rubber band, then I could actually show you. And if I would zoom in even further, I would get to the airplanes before they disappear in the fog layer. Okay. So. Ja, das stimmt. British Airways Livery, die hat etwas. Je mehr Farbe, desto besser. Das ist sowieso ein Credo. Eben, umpflanzen, ja, ja. Könnt ihr mal einen Antrag stellen. Im Kanton. So, next, Swiss A321neo from Düsseldorf. However, it takes like 2 minutes until this one will come into the screen. Nein, Stutzen bringt nichts, die sind zu hoch. Einfach umpflanzen, das wäre super. Wobei. Das wäre ein grosser Aufwand. Which spot did you like most so far? I mean, we've had the observation deck, obviously. Then we had the scenic spot at the hill where we could watch down to the airport, also on the same side as we are right now. Then we had the spot which is on the same side as well, but further down in the approach area. And we had the spot right there on this little elevation. And of course P6. I tried to select them according to the current weather situation and also runway usage. But of course, you could tell one is better than the other just objectively. I would be very interested what you think. And as I said, there is one more spot that I would like to try out once we have runway 28 in use for landings. And then we are pretty much complete, as long as the spotter platform at the heli grill is not reopened, at least. Ach so, ja gut. Das ist natürlich etwas anderes, dann würde es etwas bringen. Alright, next landing coming up. Another crazy fact, in 2 weeks Christmas is already over. This year went past, it's crazy, like so quick. I don't know how it is for you, but the past years in general. You may laugh at me, even 29 years old, but already telling, oh my god, I get older. Whoa, was ist jetzt los? Okay, I guess I have to check out something afterwards. But first we have a look at this A321neo coming down here. I like the A321neo, apparently. The black mask around the cockpit, long fuselage. And also flying with it is quite pleasant.
5 Lima, 230 degrees, 4 knots, runway 14, clear land. Edelweiss 5 Lima? Yeah, Edelweiss 5 Lima, great, 230 degrees, 4 knots, runway 14, you're clear to land. Runway 14, clear to land.
Oh, it's time for the next heavy landing is coming up. An Edelweiss A350 from Tampa. Okay, we gotta have a look at that one. I saw that we have some new F-geeks in the chat. I will take a look at that right afterwards. But I do not want to miss the A350, of course. Good morning, Jonathan. Abstutzen und dann umpflanzen und dann wieder wachsen. Ja gut. Aber macht das nicht ohne Genehmigung, sonst wird es teuer. Nein, machen wir natürlich nicht. Plus die sind alle im Flughafen, innerhalb vom Flughafen zu. Also da können wir sowieso nicht rein, ohne dass ein Alarm losgeht.
Swiss 9 Yankee Delta, traffic at number 2. Delta in 230 degrees, 4 knots, runway 14, clear land. 085 Lima, contact taper in 121.855, Quebec. 11855, Edelweiss 5 Lima.
Beautiful landing of this Edelweiss A350 from Florida. Oh, what's that in the background? Travel service with a 737. Okay, that's the one we do not have very often. Okay, and now I quickly have to check something in the live chat. I'll quickly put the camera towards the touchdown zone. The next landing is a narrow body, so not something that we will. Yeah, Swiss A320. Okay, and then Hanover, and then the Swiss A350. Okay, what do we have here? Toni, du Maschine. Hast 5 Mitgliedschaften gespendet. Hey, super. We have 5 new FGIG members, as I saw. And those are Old Maninj, Pete, Lisa, Kay, and Martin. Welcome to you folks to the ZAS FGIGs and I'm Ton 617. Toni, vielen herzlichen Dank fürs Spenden.
Good morning, Swiss 4 Yankee Heavy Island 14.
Swiss 4 Yankee Tower, good morning, continue. Swiss 9 Yankee Delta, contact apron 121.855.
So, we get ready for the Swiss A350, folks, which is of course one of the highlights today, as always. Even though it gets more common. And the second Swiss A350, by the way, is doing test flights in Toulouse. I don't know when it will be delivered, but I think it won't take too much time anymore. And then we have 2 Swiss A350s flying around here. Oops, hold on. And now I set up for the next landings. Or the next landing, better say, a Swiss A220 from Hanover in Germany. Hannover Airport-Fan, bist du noch da? Dann ist das die Maschine aus deiner Heimatstadt. Ja, dann bis nachher, ZTA Aircraft oder Raffi und Frank. Playing Guy 3000, good morning. Great to see you here in the live chat. And just in time for the Swiss A350 from Boston, now on short final, should appear behind the trees in any second.
Swiss 4 Delta Kilo, contact apron 121.855.
121.855, Swiss 4 Delta Kilo.
Yeah, I can already see the landing lights. Okay, here it is. Enjoy that one.
Swiss 4 Yankee, contact apron 121.855. Je ne feet object.
Yeah, always makes a good impression, this aircraft. Oh, hell no, what's going on here?
Degrees 3 knots, runway 14, clear to land.
Are you serious? Okay, hang on a second, I quickly disconnect the HDMI. Come on, please not, please not. Oh no. So, phew. Okay, I hope this was... So, you folks did not see the A350 landing, right? In this case. Well, just in case you did not see it, I guess I'll just show you it again in the replay. Not a big deal, right? Let's see, should be this one here. So, here we go. Yeah, the HDMI input was a bit of interrupted, damaged or whatever, but now it should work again. Normally I just have taken another input and now it should work. So here we go. Replay of the Swiss A350 landing here, coming in on runway 14. Boom, touchdown. That's how it looked. So, okay, now I set myself up again for the live landings. So, When did this interruption happen? Right at the touchdown of the A350 or what? It always happens at the best time moments, isn't it? So yeah. Next landing, Lufthansa A321 from Frankfurt. And fingers crossed that this was the only trouble we have with the equipment today. Ale and Claire Flyer, good morning to you. Glad that you could join. So. Okay, here we go. I hope everything works normal from now on. And here's Lufthansa from Frankfurt. Cornelia, schön, dass du wieder mit dabei bist. Guten Morgen. So, next we have Brussels Airlines from Brussels. Not sure whether this is special livery, but okay. Weitere 747 sind mir nicht bekannt, die angekündigt sind. Aber im Januar könnte die ein oder andere kommen. Brussels is that, right? Yes. David, good morning. Yes, Air Force One is the one I'm talking about. If he really comes, of course, but so far it really looks like it. And yeah, as a plane spotter, this means a lot of nice traffic. Ja, Webseite, so mit Infos mit Regierungsflugzeugen, das ist immer ein bisschen heikel. Da muss man fast ein bisschen Connections haben. That is an A321neo of Swiss, I think from Hamburg, if I'm not mistaken. Ooh. Und auf Flight Radar sind die meistens auch nicht drauf. No, this one was from Geneva, not from Hamburg. Okay. Next one, Swiss A321 from Budapest. Pete, vielen Dank. Freut mich, dass es dir so gut gefällt. Ach so, ja, jetzt meine ich natürlich. Ja, es gibt so Flight Radar oder andere Anbieter, wo die Regierungsflieger drauf sind. Die kann man auch runterladen. Also So, next Swiss A321. Curious whether it is an old one. No, 12 years, not that old. Actually quite new for a classic A321. Classic, like normal engine option or old engine option, depending on how you want to look at it. Ja, vorletzte Woche, glaube ich. Da war die 757 der US Air Force hier. So, next we have a Swiss A220 from Stuttgart in southern Germany, the shortest route in the Swiss network, as far as I know at least. Und ja, dann kommt bald die A310 der ULS und auf die freuen wir uns natürlich ganz besonders. It's actually an Air Baltic one. Now we have EasyJet from Pristina and then another Swiss A321 from Prague. Since when does EasyJet fly to Pristina from Zurich? I don't remember. It's a rather new route though. They have expanded in general quite a bit here in the recent years. EasyJet generally quite present on the Swiss market, like in Basel and Geneva. They are the leader on the market. Und PM 1620, ist das Ganze irgendwie legal oder so? Oder wie muss ich mir das vorstellen? Kenne ich mich nicht so mit aus. Wenn ja, dann kannst du ihn von mir aus reinposten. Ah, Rudi kommt auch noch. Der Rudi-Flieger. Cool. So then we have Austrian Airlines from Vienna, the second one we have today. Cool, we had the new livery and the old livery. I like the old one a bit better, to be honest. Ja, komm, dann paste den Link doch kurz rein, warum nicht? Für die Leute, die mal abseits ein bisschen abhören wollen. So, and next we have an Edelweiss A320 from Palma de Mallorca. I must say I really like this new livery with the black mask around the cockpit. This looks quite cool. I mean, it looks exactly as on the A350. Maybe they're already preparing for the A320neos. So, quick break there, and then we have another Swiss A220 from Belgrade. Oh, come on. There's something else coming in. Oh, business jet. Oh man, come on. Ay, ay, ay. Not on flight radar apparently. Looks like a Bombardier Global Express. Yes, it is. Yeah, this one caught me a bit off guard, to say the least. Well, Flugzeug auch reduziert? Nee, ich habe nichts geändert. Och Mann, ey. Thirsty Bear, good day to you. Ah, ja. So, das hat es ausgeschaltet aus irgendeinem Grund. Aber jetzt sollte es wieder normal sein. Wahrscheinlich als ich habe jetzt einen anderen HDMI-Input gewählt, nachdem das mit diesem Greenscreen passiert ist. Dann hat es wohl beim Einstecken den HDMI-Anschluss für das Audio ausgeschaltet. Aber jetzt sollte wieder alles normal sein. Oh, that was a smooth touchdown there. Ist jetzt besser mit dem Audio? Sollte zumindest.
Whiskey X-ray, tower gate 5 Golf Tango, wind 240 degrees, 5 knots, runway 14, clear to land. 37 Victor, contact apron 121.855.
11855 for this, 37 Victor.
Okay.
Sehr gut. So, next another A220 from Rome. Come on. Here we go.
State Hotel Golf, tower gate 3. Whiskey X-ray, wind 240 degrees, 5 knots, runway 14, clear to land.
Then land 14, Whiskey X-ray.
5 Golf Tango, contact apron 121.855. 121.855, okay, let's go. Okay.
So next we have another A220 coming in from Copenhagen. Air Baltic, actually, flying for Swiss.
Hello, this is Delta Victor, Evolution.
Delta Victor, tower, hello, number 2.
So, then another Swiss A321 from London Heathrow for for the next landing.
Wind 230 degrees 5 knots.
This touchdown was
clear to land.
very nice indeed.
Full clear to land. Is that also called?
2 Whiskey X-ray, contact apron 121.855.
Apron 121.855, thank you. Have a nice day, 2 Whiskey X-ray.
Thanks, you too. This 19 Charlie, Tower wurde Murke, continue.
Mit den Streams über die Weihnachtstage. Ich habe vor, am 24. reinzumachen und dann am kommenden Wochenende am 28. ganz normal. So, and it looks like we have the first Helvetic landing of the day, or in this stream at least. An Embraer 195 E2 from Amsterdam. And are you ready for the next heavy?
This 19 Charlie, wind
Swiss
230 degrees 4 knots, runway 14 clear to land. 2 Delta Victor, contact apron 121.855. Again.
121.855, Delta Victor.
All right, where is it? Here we go. Ach, nicht schon wieder. There was a short interruption in the HDMI connection, I think, but now it should be normal. Today it's quite I think I have to get a new cable, to be honest. I don't like that we have so many interruptions today.
19 Charlie, contact apron
What I'm using right now is a bit older anyway, so...
KLM 29 Alpha Tower, hello, wind 220 degrees 4 knots, runway 14 clear to land.
That 14, control.
Monj, merci vielmals und greetings to Wallisellen. Great that you're here. Morgen. Ja. Ja, HDMI macht ein bisschen Probleme heute, aber sonst. So, and here we have the second try for the Edelweiss A350 to Kilimanjaro. After having to taxi back to the gate earlier in the morning and on the approach, we have KLM with an
462
A321
Foxtrot, Tower G3
neo
number
from
2.
Amsterdam.
Tango Mike, Tower G3, continue.
From my point of view, a 10 out of 10 landing.
462 Foxtrot, wind 210 degrees, 3 knots, runway 14.
Ja, ich hab den noch nicht von hier. Ich froh.
KLM 2 Alpha, contact apron 121.855, goodbye.
Rudolph is next. Okay. Rudolph, the red-nosed airplane. 20. Here we go, coming in from Warsaw in Poland.
Contact apron 121.855, Ade.
1855,
2 Tango Mike, wind 220 degrees, 3 knots,
Then
runway
another
14,
A320 from Milano, followed by an A320 from Barcelona. Inbound rush going on right now. And we are 2 hours into the stream already. Yep, bis nachher.
6 Mike, Tower G3, number 2.
Yeah. It's interesting when they have a video on YouTube actually, where they are putting on this red nose on the A320 Neo, and then they take the red nose out of a wooden box as if they would keep it like that during the entire year. I'm not sure whether it's just one that they got from Edelweiss, but let's assume that it is really a special one they just keep for these special days here in December. Average number of landings a day. I have a number in mind of like between 750 and 850 movements every day here. This would mean that we have around between plus minus 400 landings a day. So A320 from Barcelona is next. Nee, ich bin nicht auf der Bank. Die ist ein bisschen zu schmal. Alright, we have another A220 from Geneva, and then it's time for the probably most exciting aircraft of the day today. An Airbus A310 fighter of ULS cargo.
Tower Turkey 6640.
Turkey 6640, tower, hello, continue.
Okay. Are you ready for the A310?
Turkey
We've
6640,
seen
wind
it
23
already
degrees,
once
5
on the
knots,
live
runway
streams on
140
the
to land.
observations deck. It was very exciting, and now also for a landing.
Hotel Yankee, contact
Classic
apron onto 1
Airbus.
decimal
How about
855.
that?
120, Yankee.
40, contact apron onto 1 decimal 855. Bye-bye.
121,855, Turkey 6640, take kilowatt.
Nice. Always great to see this one. You never know when it is the last one. You'll see. And in the meantime, the Edelweiss A350 to Kilimanjaro has departed.
Kilo Whiskey, Tower JT, wind 230 degrees, 4 knots, runway 14, clear to land.
4 seconds, take Kilo Whiskey.
Ja, der Heligrill im Moment zum Filmen ist schwierig tatsächlich. Ganz generell. Ist ein bisschen schade, weil man ist dort wirklich nahe dran, aber gut, mit dem Handy geht's vielleicht, aber mit einer richtigen Kamera, naja.
Hotel Tower, hello,
So,
number 2.
am I just in time for the next landing? Let's see. Yep, that should work out.
This 339 Hotel, wind 230 degrees, 4 knots, runway 14, clear to land. Runway 14, clear to land, this 339 Hotel. This 8 Kilo Whiskey, contact apron 121.855.
What's that answer fast? It's called 8 kilos.
Yeah, two A220-100s in a row now. The first one from Luxembourg and the second one from Florence. Yeah, let's see how long we will see the 100s around. As you know, Swiss will ground them in the next weeks. Due to the ongoing issues with the Pratt & Whitney engines.
Alpha Yankee, wind 220 degrees, 4 knots, runway 14, clear to land. This 339 Hotel, contact apron 121.855, sorry. 121.855, this 339 Hotel, sorry. This 5 Kilo Yankee, tower, clear to number 2.
Well, 8899 RG or XX, same to you. Enjoy the Christmas season and spend some great days. Hopefully some great food as well, some mulled wines or mulled wines, whatever, and just have a great time. And we are having a great time here as well, of course, at Zurich Airport, week after week. So, when we have another A220 coming in from Paris, Charles de Gaulle.
Contact apron 121.855, sorry.
121.855, thank you, attention.
5 Kilo Yankee, wind 210 degrees, 4 knots, runway 14, clear to land.
Land at 14.
At least the frame rate is constant today.
Hello,
I think no lagging or whatever. The only issues we had so far is the HDMI input, but at the moment it seems to work smoothly again. And it's now, slowly but surely, we're entering the final countdown for the Emirates A380. Der Sidi aus. Guten Morgen. Schön, dass mit dabei bist, Ruby. Morgen ist fast vorbei. Okay, now it seems like there is some kind of a private jet coming in. What is this? An Embraer Venom or something bigger? No, that's a small one. Okay. Well, we take it nevertheless.
Sir, 12 Charlie Tower, hello, continue.
Slower than the others. I can really sense that just by the panning speed of a tripod head.
Skywings 9, contact Airport and 121.855.
So next we have Iceland from Reykjavik, that's cool. And yeah, and then we have a landing. King of the Sky is coming up soon, I guess. Let's see. It's already close by somewhere. Yeah, not really. Oh, here it is. 30 minutes to go. Yeah, with some thoughts in the background of Jürgen Rups, the famous Lufthansa pilot, who has unfortunately passed away this week. I remember when I watched the Pilot's Eye episodes, I think that was, of his retirement flight to San Francisco. I really liked those episodes, actually. And yeah, legendary when he drove with the Harley across the apron in San Francisco. So, and we are waiting for the 737 MAX of Iceland Air. Here we go. Okay.
Contact Apron on 121 855 by.
11855.
This is actually a good chance to quickly update the weather. Until we have the next landing, which is going to be an Edelweiss A320 from Pristina. However, the wind is not that much, or the weather is not that much different compared to when we started. We have weather report at 10:20 Zulu. Hello. I'd like to scroll over. Are you serious? These gloves don't do any good here. Wind 230 degrees at 3 knots, that is, I think. Wait, no, 4 knots still, okay. The visibility has become better from 4,500 meters to 9,000 meters. Yeah, and there's still the same fog layer. Probably not lighting up today at 400 meters. And broken at 500. Temperature 5 degrees, 1 degree warmer than it was 2 hours ago. Hallelujah. And the QNH is going up slightly from 1029 to 1030. Okie doke. All right. Inbound rush is now over. Let's see. Yeah, there's still a few landings coming up. That's good. Next one, as I said, Edelweiss with an A320 from Pristina. And then we are entering the final countdown for the A380. And I think we can look forward to that a lot. From this perspective, that's always a great sight. Vielleicht Etihad mit 330 Neo in Zukunft, aber im Moment haben sie auf 2 Flügen pro Tag den A321 Neo drin und nur einer auf der 787. Und ja, ob es jetzt ein 330 Neo ist oder eine 787, macht jetzt auch nicht so einen Unterschied. Sehen ja eh fast alle Flieger gleich aus heutzutage. Das ist echt ein bisschen, ja, langweilig manchmal im Vergleich zu früher, wenn ich die alten Dias anschaue von meinem Großvater aus den 70ern, 80ern und 90ern. Da war noch Varietät drin. Aber heute ist die ganzen Zweistrahler sehen eigentlich alle gleich aus, wenn du mich fragst, aber okay. So, Edelweiss with the Help Alliance livery.
Hotel 1 or 2, Edelweiss, 403 Yankee.
Hotel 2 also available.
Okay, Hotel 2 then, Edelweiss, 403.
Ja, ist tatsächlich einer der Hauptgründe, warum ich regelmäßig am Samstag streame im Moment. Durch die Etihad hat man am Mittag ein bisschen mehr Verkehr. Weil mir die 787 dann ein bisschen lieber wäre, aber okay.
121, 855, tschüss, Edelweiss, 403 Yankee.
Boah, mit A380 der Emirates, that's cool. Habe ich auch gehört, soll sehr angenehm sein, mit dem zu fliegen. So, we have another landing, Swiss with an A320 from Valencia. Whilst there is a United 767 that should be the one to Washington, waiting there behind the trees for a departure on runway 16. As soon as the A340s are gone, then we will have pretty much only twin jets. All the quad jets, except for the A380, pretty much gone.
First 9 Foxtrot X-ray Tower, hallo. Nine Foxtrot X-ray, Hotel 2 also available, wind 170 degrees 4 knots, runway 14, clear to land.
Runway 14, Hotel 2 available.
The 78 Yankee, contact apron on 12 decimal 855, ready.
125, thank you, man.
Die ANA 380 wäre auch mal wieder was. Ja, sag nix. Wann hatten wir das letzte Mal? Emirates A380 in special livery, unfortunately not today. Pretty much every time when I am around here, no special livery whatsoever, despite it feels like half of their fleet has a special livery on it. So, another A220 from Berlin coming in.
That is correct. This 9 Foxtrot X-ray, clear to land, runway 14, wind 19 degrees 4 knots.
Clear to land, runway 14, please.
next one should come up or show up behind the trees any second. Here we go. Is it a Swiss or a Baltic? That's a Swiss. I can hear the United 767 moving forward.
Hello, Swiss 8 Charlie Delta, Island 14.
Swiss 8 Charlie Delta, Tower hello, wind 130 degrees 3 knots, runway 14, clear to land, contact you also available.
Runway 14, clear to land, hotel 2 available, danke, Swiss 8 Charlie Delta.
You can see it lining up on
Contact
runway 16.
contact Apron on 12.855.
Apron, Seoul, Swiss now Foxtrot X-ray.
Fortunately, behind the trees, I hoped for that the trees would, in the winter, without the leaves, provide a slightly better view, but unfortunately, the woods are a bit more dense than I hoped for. You can just see the tail fin. So let's see whether they let him go directly. Oops. Nope, there's another landing first. Yeah, trees have more screen time today than the airplanes. Good, well. Oh, did they switch to the other frequency now? Because I don't hear anything on the ATC anymore. I'll quickly check afterwards. And here we have the A320 Neo from Manchester. Down a little further to Motel 2, I guess. The second exit, yes they do. Björn, welcome to the live stream, great to see you again. What's also a bit unfortunate now is that the fog layer is a bit too low, such that we do not see anything of the runway 16 climb outs. In the meantime, Cathay Pacific is on the way to runway 16. So I'll just move the camera there to this, can you say hole in the trees? Or in the amount of trees, and then we'll see it taxiing through. Swiss and the Swiss pilots. Did I miss something? So there's the Cathay A350 taxiing through. And the A380 is actually already close by. And it looks like we are going to have a helicopter landing first of the Swiss Air Ambulance. Looks like they're practicing an ILS approach or something. Oh, Yves, wir haben in Basel schön Wetter, ja, können wir nicht überschicken.
Vega Romeo uniform, since there's traffic behind, high speed is appreciated.
A helicopter followed by an A380, that's interesting.
Vega Romeo uniform, do you wish to cancel on short sign to proceed VFR towards the Vega Center? Roger, then report when you're ready to cancel.
Alright, about 5 more minutes until the A380 is here. In the meantime, we can hear the Cathay A350 departing there in the background. Yeah, true. I think they have even cancelled their like general contract with the. Oh God, how do you say that in English? I don't know. But ja, hier in Basel haben sie manchmal besser mit dem Nebel. He? In Zürich halten sie sich meistens recht hartnäckig. So, where's this helicopter? Swiss Air Ambulance helicopter, or air rescue helicopter, let's put it that way. Coming from Locarno in Ticino. And they're currently doing 110 knots ground speed. And they have to, because number 2 in sequence is the Emirates A380, and they are currently doing 200 knots. So that helicopter should not do any slow approaches now. Although an Emirates A380 go around, well, how about that? Although we wouldn't see it probably because the aircraft are getting into our side quite late.
Vega Romeo uniform, correct, QNH 1029.
Helicopter landing, that's something not that you see that often here on the main runway. Usually they do the normal there is a normal VFR route which they would use normally, but it seems like they're currently doing IFR. Yeah. A380. Be aware of helicopter rotor downwash. At least you can see some of the oh man, but they're disappearing so quickly because the fog layer is so low today. 100 knots versus 180. Okay. This sequencing could get interesting here. Yeah, well, no. It looks actually quite fine. I can already hear the helicopter. Let's see how low they are actually coming in. where they do a low, they will certainly do a low pass over the runway and then get down at the very end. Let's see how this looks. Especially from this
Romeo uniform inside, are you ready to cancel?
I'm ready to cancel.
Träger Romeo uniform, IFA cancel now, time 1110, proceed VFR towards Rega Center.
Cancel time is checked, VFR to Rega Center, Rega Romeo uniform, Dankeschön.
And Rega Romeo uniform with 160, correct wind is calm, land Rega Center at own discretion.
Continue and then the landing all discretion, Rega Center,
Thank
Rega
you,
Romeo
autofocus for nothing.
Zurich Tower, Emirates 119, ILS, runway 14.
Emirates 11 Mike, Zurich Tower, hello, continue, wind check 160 degrees, 4 knots.
Continue approach, Emirates 11 Mike. And Tower, Emirates 11 Mike, we expect to vacate Hotel 3.
Okay, that's copied.
Okay, and you maybe have heard on the ATC that they
Emirates 11 Mike, wind 160 degrees,
cancelled
4
the
knots, only 1
IFR
clear to land.
just as they crossed the runway threshold.
Emirates 11 Mike.
And now they're proceeding VFR to their apron. Yeah, I guess so too, this low fog layer, definitely. All right, folks, are you ready for the landing of the King of the Skies? Seconds, and it's actually only the second time I actually filmed this A380 from this position here, so I'm actually quite excited. So, and now I hope no HDMI input troubles. Here we go. A380.
Rega Romeo uniform inside, now.
Vacate Hotel 3, Emirates 1 Mike.
Okay.
No, they're going down to the very end. Well, now you could hear the difference between real active reversers and the idle reversers. That's quite a difference. Okay, well, bis zum nächsten Mal.
Towers today, 763 Closeup, runway 14.
763 Foxtrot, Tower Low, crossline proceeding Airbus A380 again vacating at the end, so there might be some localizer deflection.
So that was quite impressive, wasn't it? This huge thing touching down right in front of us. And then this loud reversers. Very cool.
121, decimal, taken, Emirates 11 Mike.
121855.
21855, thank you, Emirates 11 Mike.
So, we have a 737 MAX of Sun Express on final, inbound from Antalya in southern Turkey. echt. So cool.
Ich habe mir immer so vorgestellt, wie du könntest aussehen.
Ja, Face Reveal habe ich tatsächlich noch nicht gemacht. Ja. Okay, viel Spaß noch in dem Fall. So cool. There was just someone passing by who's watching the stream during his walk. So cool.
Zurich Tower, Midnight 5, if you INET 14.
Midnight 5, Zurich Tower, hello. Midnight 5, wind 180 degrees 5 knots, runway 14, clear to land.
Just focus there a bit on the sticker, 35 years.
Airbus A350, allocate first right, hotel 1, keep it rolling please.
Louis, nee, morgen bin ich nicht online, leider.
Airbus A350, right,
Morgen
contact
ist
811 decimal 855.
185, correction, exit 6, correction 6, your box.
Und die Location, die ist gerade neben der Piste 14. Da gibt's, über die ganze Pistenlänge gibt es einen Feldweg, wo man entlang laufen kann, bis am Flughof führen. Wait. Business jet incoming. Which was
Hello,
not visible on flight radar. Dang
continue,
it.
hotel 2, also available, no traffic behind.
Here we go. Looks like something like a Bombardier Challenger 350 or something like that. Going in with some active reverse.
7315, wind 170 degrees 4 knots, runway 14, clear to land. Midnight 5, stop right, hotel 1, keep it rolling please, contact apron on 121 decimal 855, bye.
121.855, we'll keep it rolling.
Robert, good day to you. Great to see you in the live stream. And we have another landing coming up, Swiss A320 from Hamburg. Yeah. Probably one of the last ones of Swiss narrow bodies which is left over from... Whoa, what's now going on? In the live chat, I'll check that out afterwards, after the next landing, because it seems like there is a little break afterwards. So, zooming in again to the approach sector to catch up with the Swiss A320, which is showing up behind the trees right there. Nice. Well, at Bill 6676, greetings to Canada and welcome to the live stream. But I've just considered this, since we do not see many departures afterwards, and well, during the main departure rush, we won't have any landings. I just figured that I have the recordings of last week still on the camera. I could show you some replays from the observations deck, just to cover up the time until we have some more landings. This might be a good option. So, So, Etihad with the A321LR will be here in about 8 minutes. And no, I don't want to zoom in on my flight radar, thank you very much. Donny, nochmal 5 Mitgliedschaften gespendet, du Legende. We have new members to the ZAS FGX community, and those members are David, Andrew, then Florian, ETCHS Sketch, and another Florian. Welcome to you folks to the ZAS FGX, and I am Don617. Thank you very, very much for your donation. That's highly, highly appreciated. Well, I will have to update the FGX banner for next week in that case. That's 10 new members. Great. So we have Etihad, as I mentioned, showing up soon. And then Helvetic Embraer from Madrid is also close by, and also check out on oh, I don't want to zoom in, man. These gloves are kind of weird. I'm also checking a bit on Qatar Airways with the A350. This one will take a while, I think, until this one is here. Yeah, about an hour, okay. And what I'm particularly looking at in terms of the stream end, Edelweiss A340 from Phuket, 1540 local time. Could work out in the end. We'll see. Okay, Toni, danke vielmals fürs Einschalten und bis später in dem Fall. Und natürlich vielen herzlichen Dank für deine gespendeten Mitgliedschaften. So, we are waiting for the next landings, and as I said, if I see that the breaks are too long, then I will show you some stuff from last week to cover up the time. And make use of the advantage of not actually recording at the moment, only broadcasting via HDMI what's on my camera screen. Because, well, I hoped we would see a bit more of the runway 16 lineups over there behind the trees, but they are just a bit too high.
Tower, hello, it's Hyatt 7 Yankee, Quebec,
Etihad 7 Yankee Quebec, Tower, hello, wind 230 degrees 2 knots, Runway 14, clear to land.
Clear to land, runway 14.
Well, we heard Etihad checking in at the tower frequency. This is the next landing which we are expecting. An A321 LR, or Neo LR better say, brand new, and they use it on the route to Zurich. I hear some taxiing aircraft over there though. Let's see whether there will be something passing the screen momentarily in this tree gap here. Robert, guten Tag. Jairo, good day to you as well. I must not miss the Etihad landing, of course. Here it is. Fresh from the factory and already here. I prefer if they send a heavy at the noon flight as well. They did actually from time to time, but now it seems like the A321 has been established. Also during the evening flight, they extended from 2 daily flights to 3 daily flights. However, they decreased the capacity per flight a bit. Markus, guten Tag. Schön, dass du mit dabei bist. Stuttgart, da hatten wir eine Landung etwas früher im Stream und ich bin mir nicht sicher, ob am Mittag auch ein Flieger nach Stuttgart rausgeht, ehrlich gesagt. So, and the Embraer from Madrid is also coming in soon. MS Assin65, welcome to the live stream and glad you enjoy it on the big screen today. Great. Even though I'm not streaming in 4K, but seems like quality is fine nevertheless. And the Singapore A380 had earlier the same departure times as the 777, pretty much. Yeah, unfortunately, we do not have the Singapore A380 anymore. So, we are waiting for the Helvetic Embraer 190 from Madrid. An Embraer 190E2 to be precise.
to Tango Bird Tower, wind 260 degrees 2 knots, runway 15, clear to land. Temperature is also available to locate.
Probably will take the first exit, I guess. Yes, they do. Okay. So, and we have on final British Airways from London Heathrow. An A320 Neo. What I could also do is just show you, since many new people joined during the stream, of course, show some heavy landings of the morning which we've seen. This would be an option as well, because landings, yeah, after this British Airways there's not much going on. A little bit further out is an EasyJet, but this will take 10 more minutes, so I guess it's maybe not such a bad idea. Dr. Telekom, guten Tag an dich, schön, dass du mit dabei bist und Grüße nach Hannover. Okay, coming closer already, that's good. And I think that I'll make use of the replay mode here. Let me check out some heavy landings which we have seen in the morning. And here it is, British Airways with an A320 Neo from London Heathrow. Okie doke. Well, when do we have the next landing? Yeah, the sector is quite empty at the moment, so in that case,
712 Tango, go ahead.
let's see. Oh, I filmed quite a few landings today already. Where does it start? Here somewhere, I guess. Wait. Yeah. this was the first Swiss A330 which we have seen today in the morning. I hope you hear the audio as well, you should. Anyways. Yeah, most of the heavies arrive in the morning here at Zurich. In the afternoon there are 2 Swiss 777s expected from California, one from San Francisco and the other one from Los Angeles. And this was the Aer Lingus, yeah, Aer Lingus from Dublin. Check whether you hear.
Okay, the Swiss A330 before was at 7.5.
Yep, this should work. Good.
It has to be at 8 at least.
So,
But this is going to be the first 10 out of 10.
then this looks like a Swiss A220. Yeah, of those we have seen quite a lot. I mean, it's the backbone of the short-haul fleet of Swiss, so no wonder.
I'll break this one again.
Okay, very good. So, and here we have another Swiss A330. Was that a very smooth touchdown which we had? I'm not sure. Yeah, it was smooth, but not the smoothest one. There was one which was really an absolute kiss landing.
Contact apron 121.855. Hold on.
Okay, I think we have time for 2 more, and then we go back to the live picture, since I see that we have EasyJet on final with an A320 from London Stansted. This was the Pegasus A321neo from Istanbul, I think. Daily flight actually. See this pretty much every time when we are in the approach sector. And this was the Aegean Airlines from Athens, and I think we have just time for 1 more afterwards, because I think after Aegean we had another heavy. Not sure though. Aegean, very nice livery actually. I really like the new livery for Aegean.
Air Canada.
Yeah, that was the Air Canada 777, I think. Great, let's take this one with us before we go back to the live picture. We have some landings coming up, so that's perfect. And here's some nice condensation above the wings there. Very cool. That's what I like to see during foggy days. those were some insights of today, which we had in the morning. Just in time to go back to the life scenes here. That means I also have to change the suffix back, of course. Since we are now expecting the EasyJet A320 from London Stansted. And other as well, by the way. It's not the only one which we have on approach currently. So, in position. And we can see the landing lights already shining through the trees there, and here it is.
Emirates Tower, wind calm, runway 14, clear to land.
10 out of 10 touchdown, if you ask me.
First time at Lima 4, contact apron and 12, decimal 855, bye.
11855,
Oh, and next we have a Boeing 737-400 of GP Aviation. That's one I really like to see. 33 years old. Cool. That's one actually we see quite regularly on the Saturday streams. And it's the first time I spot this one from this location, I think. I've had it on both sides of the approach and on the observation stack multiple times, but not from this spot here. That's good. I mean, that's also a matter which I'm always interested in. If I have an aircraft which I've spotted already multiple times, I also want to ensure that I have it from different angles. And today I have this touchdown view. That's good. Classic 737, the 400 series. Following the GP Aviation is a Top Air Portugal.
Portugal 93 Zulu, runway 7.5. Hello, Portugal 93 Zulu, Romeo, number 2 for runway 14. Number 2.
So, where is it? Should appear behind the trees any second. I can hear it already in the distance. No. Ah, there it comes. Landing lights shining through. Here we go. Classic Boeing 737. Although, not classic, but
Romeo, income runway 14, clear to land. Line 14, Portugal 93 Zulu, Romeo.
very nice. Always great to see.
I've reached example contact apron 1 decimal 855. How are you?
I actually flew twice on board of a 737-400. That was already 13 years ago, I think. On Tailwind Airlines from Zurich to Antalya and back. So, and now we have Top Air Portugal from Lisbon. And then it looks like we will have another smaller break in the sequence. However, maybe we are lucky and some heavies will taxi to runway 16 in the meantime, which we can observe, even though they are behind the trees, but well. Okay, here we go, Top Air Portugal. First time today in the stream. That touchdown looked very smooth as well.
Omega to apron 1 decimal 855 from the
120.55 on the approach from 930.
Well, and now it looks like we have another break in the sequence. Yep. Next landing in, yeah, well, a bit less than 10 minutes, that's not too bad. Okay, let's try to get through with this break. Do you want to see more replays from the morning or should we just wait? I don't mind actually. But what I'll have is a cup of tea in the meantime. Because it's quite fresh out here. Replays, okay. Your wish is my order. Yes, thank you. The last one we had was the Air Canada 777, right? Have to try to find it here. I think that's the first Swiss 777 we had. Here we go. Yeah, 777 looked good today in the morning, I must say. Although the filming here was yeah, suboptimal, if I had to put it in words, but okay. That looks like the British Airways Embraer 190 from London City.
Tower Fraction 3009.
I don't know how many flights they have today to City.
Fraction 300 Mike Tower, wind
Or 320.
270 degrees, 3 knots,
Swiss
runway
also flies to
14
City
land.
multiple times a day. Famous steep approach into both runways or directions. Normal ILS has a glide slope of 3 degrees. In London City it's 5 degrees if I'm not mistaken. So that's Chair Airlines. Airbus A320, yes. Nice touchdown. And this is Iberia with an A320neo from Madrid, that was. Competing on this route with Air Europa and Swiss. 3 airlines flying to and from Madrid.
Zero Neo, top 3 past 507, 1 Zero 70 Roman Tower, wind 220 degrees, 4 knots, runway 14, clear land. I 14, west line, Iberia 06 Delta Tango, connect apron 121.855.
Würden wir nicht Nein sagen, wenn der eine oder andere Baum.
And that is the normal British Airways. After the one from City, here is the one from Heathrow. And there was a second one from Heathrow later today. I think the second one was quite recent, wasn't it? The A320neo. This time, this here is an A320 old engines.
Zero Roman, connect apron.
Like the A321 neo.
That looks like a Swiss A321 neo. Does it? Yeah.
5 Lima, wind 230 degrees, 4 knots, runway 14, clear land. Edelweiss
This water system.
Edelweiss 5 Lima, Rötze, wind 230 degrees, 4 knots, runway 14, you're clear to land. Other 1 call, Edelweiss 5.
I like this filming a bit better. Without cutting off the nose, that's always kind of the goal, not to cut off anything. If I focus on the nose, of course. Oh, and here, Edelweiss with the A350. Always a great sight.
It's number 2.
Nice. Yeah, this angle looks quite cool with the heavies, must I say. That's why I like this spot so much.
Delta wind 230 degrees, 4 knots, runway 14, clear land. 5 Lima, contact apron 121.855, goodbye.
Live landing. And we take this one with us, which is the Swiss A350. That's when we had the issues with the HDMI input. And yeah, this one always looks good. Ballooning there a bit, and now touchdown. Here we go. Heathrow, the most flown destination from Zurich, yeah, this can very well be. So we go back to the live picture now. Since we have some landings coming up. First is an A-Jet A320 from Istanbul, and then it seems like there is a private jet coming in, so let's take a look at that. Alright, those, better say. So 3.5 hours into the stream already. So that means it's 1 p.m, right? Yeah. And here comes A-Jet with the A320.
Number 1 runway 14. Oi, number. Regulator 110, wind 280 knots, runway 14.
Well, in case you wonder why it is a Turkish livery, I'm wondering as well. It seems like this Turkish Airlines A320 is currently flying for A-Jet, because it has an A-Jet flight number. Yep, this happens from time to time, actually.
Anatolia 60 med contact apron, 021, 855, bye-bye. 121, 855, apron, Anatolia.
So, you can also hear it in the ATC, it's not a Turkish call sign, it's really Anadolu. Like, Anadolu Jet is the former name of the airline, then they rebranded it to A-Jet. And this, I think, the cut price subsidiary of Turkish Airlines, flying out of Istanbul Sabiha Gökçen Airport, which is the second airport of Istanbul, while Turkish Airlines is flying out of their main hub, the new Istanbul airport. There you have a climb out of runway 28, however, yeah, they disappear so quickly in the cloud layer, it's really kind of tricky here. So, next we have a private jet. A Cessna Citation of FSH Aviation. Never heard of this one. Registered in Germany, apparently. Okay. So, let's take a look, shall we? Once it appears behind the trees. No worries. Should show up in a few seconds. I can already see the landing lights shining through the branches there. Yeah, here it comes, and I zoom in a bit closer since it is a rather small aircraft.
0 indicating
Well,
12855.
talk about a smooth touchdown.
1855,
Tad
have the order
was.
of gleich.
Schönen Tag, bye-bye.
Very, very smooth. Uh-oh. Okay. Ay, next landing will take a while. Minutes for an EasyJet A319 from Mallorca. Oh, and the Finnair A319, flight number 7073. This is a charter one, I guess. It's not the normal Finnair flight number for the route to Zurich here in 12 minutes. Yeah, that's now the disadvantage of this spot. When you don't have any landings coming up, then it's dull. Yeah, I'll show you some replays afterwards nevertheless, but first I quickly want to check when the Californian 777s are coming in today. 1454 for the LA one and 1502 for the San Francisco one. What the quack! Good day to you und willkommen im Livestream. Schön, dass du mit dabei bist. Although this Finnair one is a scheduled one, so... Oh man, they've changed the equipment for the Turkish Airlines flight in the afternoon. It's had a special livery originally, and now it's just a normal one. Okay. I know it really takes a while for the next landings. Okay. Yeah, I guess I have not much other choice than go back to replay mode in that case. Because, yeah, I want to show you airplanes and not wildlife. So, where have you been? Swiss A350 was the last one I've shown you, I think, right? And that one was... I should have remembered the number. This would have been easier. Well, let me see. No, those are the trippies. Those are narrow bodies. Wait, that's a KLM. I think I haven't shown you. Yeah, that one I haven't shown you yet. Okay, here we go. KLM A321neo, which arrived from Amsterdam earlier today. Oh, filming rather mediocre, but okay. As long as the aircraft is in the frame.
Tower, please continue.
And this was Rudolph the Flying Aircraft, the Swiss A321, Swiss A320 Neo, with the red nose during the Christmas season. They also have an A330. Haven't seen this one yet this year. 777 would have been cool as well. Ja, das Wetter ist nicht ideal heute, aber ja, ist halt so.
Special days here.
Herbst, Winter, immer recht neblig. Oder oft. That's an Air Baltic A220. We have seen plenty of those as well. That was a smooth landing though. And another Swiss A320. Classic engine option as it looks. India Juliet Quebec, that was. Could be one of the older ones, not sure though. That's a newer one, an A220-100. Looks rather short, should be a 100. Yeah, and as I mentioned already, let's see how long they are still flying. Until Swiss has grounded all of them due to the ongoing engine issues. That was a very smooth landing though. Brunn, which is a town in central Switzerland. And here we have one of the highlights of today for sure, the ULS A310 freighter, classic Airbus. Yeah, let's see how long they are still flying around with those rather old Airbuses. This one was 34 years old if I'm not mistaken. And here we have a rather new Icelandair 737 MAX. My favorite aircraft that I have ever spotted. Ooh, that's a tough one. Oh. That is a tough one. Well, Air Baltic A220, it's certainly not. Since it is too common. Maybe one of the Boeing 747 SPs, which were quite frequently at Zurich 10 years ago, like the Victor Papa Bravo Alpha Tango. Was one of my favorites earlier. But overall, maybe the Azerbaijan A340 600. I really like that one. Navy Jack, good day to you. Great to see you again. While we see a replay of an A320neo of Swiss.
Center.
And here we have the
Vega Romeo uniform with
air
160
rescue
correct
helicopter,
wind is
which
coming,
did
Vega Center on
an
this crest.
ILS approach.
Senior attend the landing all discretion Vega Center, Vega Romeo uniform.
Autofocus playing games there. And then they proceeded VFR to their apron. Just doing a low pass and speed
Zurich Tower
not too often that this happens. Probably due to the fog layer today, they couldn't do a VFR approach, so they had to do an
Emirates
IFR.
Mike, Zurich Tower, hello. Continue, wind check 160 degrees, 4 knots.
Continue approach, Emirates Tower Mike. Tower Emirates 1 Mike, we expect to vacate Hotel 3.
And after the helicopter, there was the Emirates A380. That looks just fantastic. Look at that. Beautiful. Nice touchdown as well.
Vega Romeo uniform, thank you very much.
Maybe not full, but active reverses for sure.
Vacate Hotel 3, Emirates 1 Mike.
Okay.
Okay, we have live landings coming up, so we go back to live mode. Which is Finnair with an A319 followed by EasyJet with an also A319 from Palma de Mallorca. And in the meantime, we have the heavy departure rush commencing there with a Swiss A330 off to Montreal. Autofocus, please. Don't strike. Thank you.
567 Tango, Airbus 6 north, runway 14. Hello, Alpine 67 Charlie Tango Tower, number 2, continue approach. Continue.
Okay, here we go. Finnair with an A319 from Helsinki. Nice. So, and next another A319 from Mallorca this time.
73, contact apron
EasyJet.
121.855. Goodbye. Apron 121.855. Alpine 67 Charlie Tango, wind 220 degrees 4 knots, runway 14, clear the land. Land 14, 677.
Yeah, A330 there behind the trees. It would really be a bit better here if we had clear sights on runway 16 at least. This would make make it easier to cover up the time during the departure rush hour, but okay. And well, here we go. EasyJet with the A390.
Los Angeles, Hostel 203. Come up here to 2. Full 2.
So I can hear the A330 spooling up there in the background, meaning that there is nothing on approach at the moment to keep the departure route clear while EasyJet goes down to the second exit there, and Iceland there in the background already ready for departure. And we have an Air Baltic A220 chilling there in front of runway 16, or holding short of runway 16.
Hello, Turkish 30 Romeo Tower, wind 230 degrees,
Turkish Airlines is on fire,
clear to land.
That's why they have to wait probably. Air Baltic A220 is quite regular that they depart on runway 16, despite being a rather small aircraft. This has actually caused some media echo, like they mentioned that despite it's an A220, they take runway 16 for departure quite frequently. Thomas, guten Tag und Grüße nach Thailand. Ja, dort zeige ich mich jetzt auch in der Sonne. Moving forward. Next landing Turkish, an A321 from Istanbul, and also a Lufthansa A319 from Munich is getting closer. Aerofly in, good day to you. Welcome to the live stream. Hey, can I just keep this still kind of? Alright, let's get ready for Turkish Airlines, shall we? Should appear any second behind the trees there. Yeah, I have mixed feelings about this location for live streaming. It's good when there are lots of landings, but once the approach traffic calms down, it gets, calm, let's say it that way. So here we go, Turkish Airlines with the A321. So, Lufthansa will be here in about 4 minutes.
Contact apron on 1 to decimal 855.
121 Eastbound South, goodbye Turkish 30 min.
Yeah, in the summer I could imagine that I do some like combination, that I start off here in the morning just filming, and then in the afternoon I do a stream from further up in the approach sector. In the winter, then we wouldn't have quite enough time to really do a long live stream because it gets dark quite soon. But in the summer, I could then stream like from 12 at noon until like 7 or 8 in the evening. So, yeah, this could be an idea. Or a concept. So, and I am also waiting. Yeah, there it is. Qatar Airways with the A350 will be here in about 6 minutes to go. Following Lufthansa a bit further behind, but that's all right. Lufthansa, we had one Lufthansa earlier, an A321 from Frankfurt. Now we have the A319 from Munich. Yeah, I've been to both airports apparently. Plane spotting wise, Frankfurt is way more exciting, of course, but as a passenger, I prefer Munich. I don't know whether you have made similar experience, in case you were also at both airports already, but those are my impressions so far. I didn't hear Lufthansa yet on ATC. Did they switch back to the other frequency? So now I am on 118.1. At some point during at some point at noon they switch off the or like how do you say it in English? Yeah, switch the approaches back to 118.1. During the main inbound rush they have a separate frequency for that, but as you can see now there's not much inbound traffic at all, so ja, da haben wir einen guten Flug hier in dem Fall. Dann werden wir sicher gucken, dass wir die Thai on screen kriegen später. Sehr schön. Also Damian, du sitzt in der Thai Airways in dem Fall, ne? Okay. Ja, die sollten wir sicher kurz mal sehen, wenn sie da in Richtung Startbahn rollt. However, our next target is Qatar Airways with the Airbus A350. Ja, jedenfalls einen angenehmen Flug. Thai Airways habe ich viel Gutes von gehört. Soll immer sehr angenehm sein. Und dann auch viel Spaß in Bangkok oder wo auch immer es dann noch hingeht. And I hear aircraft noise in final, despite there is nothing on the flight radar screen. Yep, private jet. Even though it's a small one. Very small one.
Swiss 49er Papa, contact departure again. Departure, audition, Swiss 49er Papa. Let's see, oh yeah.
Are we approaching crossing Gateway?
Lufthansa 9 Lima Yankee Tower, hold short of runway 28.
Runway, that's fine.
Swiss 5 Papa Foxtrot, wind 310 degrees, 3 knots, runway 28, clear takeoff.
Okay, and the next is Qatar Airways with the
Regulator 110, tower, hello, taxi to Bravo 1.
Bravo 1, regulator 110.
And regulator 110 behind Helvetic, line up and wait runway 28 behind.
Behind Helvetic, lining up behind.
Lufthansa 9 Lima Yankee and taxi Julia cross runway 28, contact apron 121.755, goodbye.
Qatar with the A350. Another private jet. Why do they not show on flight radar? This would make things so much easier. Oh, this one is actually a bit bigger.
Swiss 5 Papa Foxtrot, contact departure, good afternoon. Departure, thank you, 130, Papa Foxtrot.
Gulfstream.
That's it, good go. So it's 533 X-ray, Tower now behind the citation, lining up from the other side, line up and wait, runway 28 behind.
Nice one.
Behind citation, lining up runway 28.
Laurin, guten Tag an dich. Schön, dass du mit dabei bist. Und Chris, auch an dich. Guten Tag. Und vor 3 Wochen warst du in der Thai auf der 28 gestartet. Ich glaube, den habe ich sogar gestreamt, wenn es am Samstag war. Das weiß ich noch, ja. Da war ich auf der Terrasse. And here we have 777 taxiing action behind the trees. However, me not want to miss Thai triples, the Qatar A350, which will be appearing behind the trees in a few seconds. Here it already comes.
This is 160 Tower, via Echo 2, line up and wait, runway 16, departure in about 4 minutes. Via Echo 2, line up and wait, runway 16 with 160, copy. 310, wind 240 degrees, 2 knots, runway 28, cleared to take off.
Clear takeoff 28, Nicoletta 110.
This one passed way quicker than the private jets before.
Hello, jet management 572, Tower, hold short of runway 28. Hold short of runway 28.
Donny, willkommen zurück. Fly Beyond usually arrives later in the evening, unfortunately. And also during the week and not on weekends.
Jet management 572, taxi with Juliet, cross runway 28, contact the Pern 121
Yeah.
755. Good afternoon.
Do we have more landings coming up? Yeah, well, there's a small one and KLM, okay.
Regulator 110, contact departure. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, 110.
Yeah, but other than that, it's really calm in terms of inbounds. That's now the disadvantage of this spot. What I'll do though, in the meantime, focusing on this, maybe the other one is a bit further. Yeah, well, this one is a bit bigger. And then we just let the heavies pass through this image.
Vega 1, you ready?
If my tripod head would lock, I would be very happy. Oh, come on, are you serious? Thank you.
So it's 35 Golf, Tower, hello, are you ready?
There are more heavies taxiing down.
Roger, so it's 35 Golf, behind the 777 on the runway via Echo 2, line up and wait, running 16, report ready.
Yeah, 777 inside by Echo 2, line up to wait 16 behind. Swiss 350, welcome.
Beat, interessante Story nach Tampa. Den nehmen wir mit der Edelweiss. Ja, das ist halt unvorhergesehen. Wenn das Wetter keine Landung erlaubt, dann muss er irgendwo landen. Und dann war Tampa wahrscheinlich der Alternate. Also,
So it's 533 X-ray, contact departure, Sherman.
Departure, Swiss 533, Seattle.
This is 160, the inbound traffic we have to time you with is quite slow already, so it'll be another minute or so. This is 160.
Swiss 35 Golf is ready.
So it's 35 Golf, Roger, inbound traffic is quite close already, so your release will be in about 4 minutes.
35 Golf.
So it's 160, wind 280 degrees, 2 knots, runway 16, cleared for takeoff.
Runway 16, clear takeoff, it's 160.
Well, KLM next with an Embraer 195 E2. In the meantime, some heavy departures on 16. However, yeah, the trees block off the view, except for this gap there.
M2 Tower, hello, behind the 777 lining up. I got 2 line up and 8 running 16 behind departure in 4 minutes.
We're direct behind 777 ahead, land up runway 16 by Echo 2 and we're behind.
It was 777 to Tokyo, I think, if I saw this correctly.
Top Swiss 76 Hotel Golf Tower, hello, line up and 8 runway 28. Line up and 8 runway 28.
Ich war kurz austreten tatsächlich. Deshalb habe ich das war eine Cessna, glaube ich. Private Cessna. Ja, Damian, ganz guten Flug dir und ich denke, wir werden deine Maschine kurz sehen hier. Wenn du dich auf dem Weg nach Bangkok machst. Okay, KLM on final. That's what we will see next. So let's get ready for KLM Embraer.
Hotel Golf wings 200 degrees 2
zoom
knots
over
runway
to
28
the
cleared for takeoff.
line-up pad there,
Takeoff runway 28, top 76 Hotel Golf.
so that we can see the heavies a bit closer. KLM should appear any second behind the trees. 32 Grad, boah, da bin ich eifersüchtig. Oder neidisch, besser gesagt.
Swiss 8 Tango Tower, hello, departure in about 4 minutes, proceed to Echo 2.
Proceed Echo 2, should go to park in 4 minutes, so it's 8 Tango.
Top Swiss 76 Hotel Golf, contact departure, good afternoon.
Departure, 72, 76 Hotel Golf.
Okay, here we go. KLM appears behind the trees. After the A321neo, the second KLM.
Airways, 200 Echo, approaching Alpha 2, we are anytime ready.
Airways 200 Echo Tower, hello, call it back, break, so it's 35 Golf, wind 200 degrees, 2 knots, running 16, cleared for takeoff.
Runway 160 takeoff with 35 Golf.
Airways 200 Echo, your departure in about 7 minutes, there's 4 departures on the cross runway, now call it back.
Zurich Airport number 4, 0, holding short, Juliet, runway 20.
Hello, number 0 Charlie Tower, taxi Juliet, cross runway 28, contact is per 121.755, good afternoon.
Runway 28, and then contact 11
Dave, good morning to you. Greetings to Denver. No landings coming up whatsoever, so. And the lineups are behind the trees, that's really unfortunate. There's another A330 coming up from the left, so we should see this one a bit better
Tango by
momentarily. Here
Echo
it
2
is.
behind the same time, line up running
Like a
16
shark's
behind.
fin.
Behind the same time, runway 168, Canada Boeing 787.
This would be two A330s and oh, Thai. We have someone in this aircraft who has joined the live stream earlier, Damian. Here in the Thai 772 Bangkok.
3 knots, running 16, cleared for takeoff. Running 16, cleared for takeoff, 72. Hello, Mr. Jet 437.
Okay, and now I quickly need to move my stuff aside because I have a car coming up. Oh shit.
Hello, Canada 192.
I didn't expect a car to be driving on this road here. Okay. Oh, okay. Setting up again here. It was actually a police car, so I thought I'd better move aside. Okay. Here's Thai. Damian is still in the live chat. Yes, he is. So you see your own aircraft in the live stream here. That's cool.
Echo 2 lining up runway 16, Thai 921. Airways 200 Echo line
Only
up runway
those trees weren't there.
Air Canada 81, your departure in between 6 and 8 minutes. Air Canada 81, we taxi. One brother, parallel behind the last Airbus not the way that it's behind.
Lining up.
188 parallel departure about 6 minutes. Good, about 188.
Yeah, don't mess with the police. Yeah, they already have noted my data once when I was at the spot, which you shouldn't go up actually at the other side of the runway 16.
So Date Tango, contact departure, good flight.
So, some Thai tail fin.
So is H Tango, contact departure, China. Thai 971, wind calm, running 16, cleared for takeoff. We're putting off at 16, Thai
And clear for takeoff for Thai 971. Have a pleasant flight, Damian, and enjoy the ride. There are trees.
Just 188, line up and wait, running 16 by I got 2.
Oh, that's the A340 to Shanghai.
16 by Echo, hold your wrist to 188.
Thai 971, contact departure, sorry, come. Sorry, come.
followed by a Swiss A330 to New York.
Air Canada 81, taxi forward to Bravo 1.
Taxi to Bravo 1, Air Canada 81.
That's the A330.
So don't forget the terminal departure about 9 minutes.
Just copy.
Kind of interesting when they just taxi through, but of course it would be way better when we could see them all the way. But well, I knew what the advantages and disadvantages of this spot here is and are.
Airways 200 Echo, contact departure, Germany. Departure, how the rest is on the 200.
So, moving over, we have the A340 there. I guess they will line up directly. Nothing on approach, so.
Swiss 1 Bravo Alpha, wind 270 degrees, 3 knots, runway 28, clear for
traffic
takeoff.
on 28 has a priority, but the robe lights are already on, so they line up directly, and the Swiss A330 will
Air Canada 81,
move forward as well.
Line up way, runway 28, Air Canada 81.
And Air Canada on runway 28 once again. Well, LSZB Airport Spotter, good day to you. Grüß auf Bern. Das ist Bern, oder? Ja.
So Data Echo X-ray Tower Lawyer number 5 in the total sequence departure in about 6 minutes.
Although
Airways 21 for Alpha,
the A330 is waiting a bit further to the right, left, right there. Usually just the tail fins.
Contact departure,
And the focus is focusing on the... Okay, now it's better. I can imagine.
This 28, we are ready. So 28, thank you. One more departure on the crossing runway. Your release in
fully loaded A340 always has a slow climb rate.
Air Canada 81, wind 270 degrees, 4 knots, runway 28, cleared for takeoff.
Clear for takeoff, runway 28, Air Canada
Okay,
81.
Swiss flight 188 on to the right. That's the tail fin to the right. The A340 will be next for departure. And then the other one is an A330 going to what's that actually? New York, I think.
Release to jet 437, line up and wait, runway 28.
Line up and wait 28, he said 437.
Oh.
Release to jet 437, for information there'll be one departure on the crossing runway before your release.
What did he say, 437?
It's 188, wind 280 degrees, 4 knots, running 16, cleared for takeoff.
And
Cleared
there
for
they
takeoff, running
go,
16, it is 188.
off to Shanghai.
Air Canada 81, contact departure.
Good afternoon, Craig, and
Echo X-ray behind the tower, so on the runway line and wait runway 20 behind. Delta 53, tower low departure in about 10 minutes.
Yeah, it's really not the best for departures here, and plus inbound traffic has completely died down now, pretty much. Oh well, there's a Dash 8 coming in. Wow. Croatia Airlines from Split. Thomas, ciao. Schön, dass du bist dabei gewesen und einen schönen Nachmittag. Yeah, what should I do with this spot in the future? For the morning it's okay, there is enough inbound traffic. Around noon, clearly not enough.
Swiss 188 contact.
Until the
departure,
early
Qatar.
afternoon, that's just a long time span. Oh. Actually, I zoom in again for a quick taxi by of a Delta 767. Possible.
Swiss 14 Victor via Echo 2, line up and wait to runway 16. Via Echo 2, line up and wait to runway 16.
Delta 767, we saw it landing earlier, so now ready again. Zeta 777, schönen guten Tag. Kanu, schön dich wiederzusehen. Und ja, heute sind wir Touchdown Zone auf um 14. Hat Vor- und Nachteil. Vorteil, ja, Landungen sind natürlich super. Yeah, the issue is this spot here is quite far down the runway. Until I reach the other spot, this takes at least 15 minutes. Plus putting all the stuff together and set it up again. I think I will use this spot in combination with another one, that's true, but this is then something for the summer season. I will do the inbound rush here, just filming, then change the spot and stream in the afternoon from the other spots in the approach sector. I think that's how I will handle it somehow. Because in combination with the departures on 16 in the early afternoon, then I can use the touchdown shots for the breaks in the approach sequence, if you like, as a replay and fill up the time with that. This could work quite well. But changing spot during a stream is, yeah, not ideal.
Don't Victor, one more departure on the crossing runway. Your release in 1.5 minutes.
So here we have Croatia Airlines from Split, dash 8 Q400.
Good afternoon. Airways 214 Alpha, wind 210 degrees 2 knots, runway 28, cleared for takeoff. By takeoff. Airways 3 for November, line up and wait, runway 28. Line up and wait, runway 28, Airways 3 for November. Delta 3 behind the 330
yeah,
on the
good
runway.
question. How long do I stay now?
Departing 330, line up and wait, runway 16 behind, Delta 5, wind check please. 170 degrees, 3 knots, headwind. Okay. This is 14 Victor, wind 180 degrees, 3 knots, runway 16, cleared for takeoff. Runway 16, cleared for takeoff, wind 14 Victor.
So there's the Delta 767 and ATC scanner battery is empty, so that's great. So, there's the A330 departing behind the trees. Literally nothing coming in right now. Yeah, well, in 10 minutes, maybe, Yeah, there's Serbia, 12 minutes, and then Swiss, 18 minutes. My goodness me. Although Iberia in 9 minutes. Okay.
Contact departure, but look. Departure message. Okay. Tower Delta 53, be advised, our takeoff data just dumped. We need 1 minute.
Yep, I'm right next to the
Okay, Delta 53, then report ready.
Indeed.
Yep, report ready.
Switching the spots would mean, yeah, that I pack the stuff together and move further up to get a clearer view of runway 16 for the departures. However, this just takes too long. Yeah, originally I wanted to stay as long as... It's now about an hour to go until the 777s from California are coming in. However, surviving that hour with that
Tower Delta 53, heavy's ready. Thank you, Delta 53, wind 17
slow arrival traffic.
Cleared for takeoff. Clear takeoff 16, Delta 53.
Yeah, check out flight radar all the time to check whether there's inbound traffic or not.
Hello, Closeup and 6 Hotel Tower. Taxi Zurich, cross release with contact April 11 and small 755.
So there's Delta departing. Ja, Lone Ranger, das denke ich auch. Da das künstlich in die Länge ziehen, das macht keinen Sinn. Wobei jetzt haben wir noch ein paar Inbounds, die jetzt kommen. Die Iberia, dann Bulgaria Air für Air Serbia. Ja, die paar machen wir jetzt noch und dann gucken wir, wie es aussieht. Weil das dauert jetzt nicht allzu lange, bis die da sind. Aber das Gepiepse dieses Scanners geht mir ein bisschen auf die Nerven. Time to change the batteries of the ATC scanner. Yeah, I hear it. Your battery is empty. No need to beep like every 5 seconds. I wonder who programmed this. Wouldn't it be enough to just beep like once every minute? I mean, not like the user is not realizing that the battery is empty, so... Oh, there's more departure traffic actually. 777 just crossed the screen any second.
Runway 28 cleared for takeoff. Strike zero for takeoff, Airlines 34 November.
Okay, Iberia is on final, an A320 Neo.
Got the dark by Qatar landing operating runway 1. And due time with inbound traffic, your release in about 2 minutes. Copy. Airways 34 November, danke für Geduld, contact departure, good flight.
Departure Edelweiss 34, can't blame and there's enough signal. Bye. Merci.
On the other hand, I could also say slow traffic is not an excuse, because there are streamers at other airports which have way less traffic. They nevertheless keep on streaming, so...
Air 06 Charlie Hotel for shortest taxi, you can vacate Hotel 2.
Yeah, let's see. We have now a few inbounds coming up at least, that's good.
Turkish 6640, wind 170 degrees, 3 knots, runway 28, cleared for takeoff.
As I said, the next is Iberia with the A320 Neo.
3 Zulu Lima, line up.
Second Iberia we have today, I think.
It'll still be another 5 minutes from here.
Roger, line up, wait, runway 28.
You are number 2 for departure, behind 1 departure out of the crossing runway, and the procedure takes that aircraft back overhead the field again, that's why the delay.
Okay, super, 3 Zulu Lima, thank you for the explanation.
So, looking for Iberia.
Turkish 6640, contact departure, good afternoon.
Contact departure, you to choose.
I think lights are shining through. There it is. After quite a long wait, finally a landing again.
Swiss 40, wind 150 degrees, 3 knots, runway 16, cleared for takeoff.
Runway 16, cleared for takeoff, Swiss 40.
Yep, ULS A310 has departed on runway 28 in the meantime. Maybe you could hear it in the background, very characteristic engine sound. Oh, pity. A bit further out there's an Air Baltic coming in from Riga, an actual Air Baltic flight. I was kind of hoping that maybe this one has a special livery, but unfortunately it does not. Okay, next we have Air Bulgaria
Swiss 40, contact
with an
departure, good
Embraer 190 flying for Air Serbia, then a Swiss A220 from Mallorca, and a Swiss Air Ambulance Challenger from Payern. Mr. Brick, good day to you, great to see you again. Yeah, at least we have the engine sound. That's true from the engine spool ups.
Survey 1 Zulu Tower, hello, wind 250 degrees, 2 knots, running 14, clear to land.
Good afternoon again,
Hello again, Iberia 06 Charlie Hotel Tower, taxiway Juliet, cross runway 28, contact apron 121.755, adios.
Okay, we cleared
Adios.
cross by Juliet runway 28 and then 11755, ready to 6
Oh, the ULS cargo goes to Malta. Interesting. Usually they go to Istanbul. Yes, the Swiss is currently in the progress of grounding the A220-100 fleet. Some of them are already down, but quite a few ones are still flying. We've seen more of those in the morning. And yeah, I wonder how long it will take until all those A220s are on the ground, but for the moment a few are still flying.
Hello, this is 3 Foxtrot and Qatar. Wind check 220 degrees 2 knots.
Ah, Janik, bist das du gewesen, der schnell vorbeigekommen ist? Okay, cool. Es ist immer lässig, wenn man Leute wirklich sieht vor Ort, wenn sie den Stream schauen. So, and we are waiting, or awaiting the next landing. New airline today. Air Bulgaria for Air Serbia with an Embraer 190. Should appear very soon behind. Oops, the trees.
Speedbird 3 Zulu Lima, thank you for your patience. Contact departure. Good afternoon.
There it is.
Departure, Speedbird 3 Zulu Lima, no problem, bye-bye.
Great.
Smooth landing.
Serbia 81 Zulu, contact apron 121.855. Good afternoon.
121.855, Serbia 81 Zulu.
Sun Express 75 Uniform,
Ja,
Hello,
für
are
die
you
80
ready?
kommt man immer gern raus, das stimmt.
Roger, Sun Express 75
So,
Uniform.
then we have the A220 from Mallorca and then the Challenger
You can take
of
Hotel 2, wind 190 degrees, 3 knots,
or
running
the Swiss
14,
Air
clear to land.
Ambulance.
Good on 14,
Hello, Swiss Ambulance 73, established ILS 14, speed 16 Taylor. Swiss Ambulance 73, Tower, that is copied. There's no traffic behind. You can vacate as convenient, including the end. Copied, Swiss Ambulance 73. Sun Express 75, uniform, wind 130 degrees, 3 knots, runway 28, cleared for takeoff.
runway 28, clear for takeoff, Sun Express 75,
Finnair 7074, Tower low, behind the departing 737, line up and wait, runway 28 behind.
behind departing 737, line up and wait behind 7074.
All right, everything's set for the Swiss A220 from Mallorca. Here we go.
7074, actually, never mind, we'll line up 7074.
Yeah, Finnair 7074, if you're not ready, report ready on the runway.
Oh, we are ready, 7074.
Okay, thank you. Highway 61, Tower hello, behind the 319 ahead, line up and wait, runway 28 behind.
Wait behind us.
Sun Express 75 uniform, contact departure, good afternoon.
Take departure, Sun Express 75 uniform, good afternoon. Thank you.
Nee, ich glaube, das ist nicht der Lotse, der du meinst.
Swiss 3 Foxtrot Echo,
Das ist aber auch einer, der sehr häufig am Funk ist. So,
Wind
next we have
160
the
degrees, 2 knots, running 14, clear to land. Runway 14,
Air
clear to land,
Ambulance.
Swiss Ambulance 73.
Challenger, what is it, 600, I think.
16 degrees, 3 knots, runway 28, cleared for takeoff.
Cleared for takeoff, runway 28, 7074.
Here we go. It's also a new one for today. And generally one which I don't feature that often in the live streams here.
Finnair 074, contact departure, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Finnair 7074, good afternoon.
Again, please up to Qatar, taxi to cross runway 28, contact deep from 11.55, show lobby. Ready. Midnight 5, Tower, good afternoon. Behind the 737 on the runway, line up and wait, runway 28 behind.
Behind the 737, line up, wait behind. Midnight 5, and good afternoon.
Antonio, welcome to the live stream. And yes, they are. They're currently in the process of grounding the A220-100 fleet. Oh, there's continuous little inbound traffic right now, although...
Ambulance 73, contact apron 121.855, Shenami.
121.855, Shenami, Swiss Ambulance 73.
Let's see, Ivory 601, wind 130 degrees, 2 knots, runway 28, cleared for takeoff.
Cleared for takeoff, Target there, Baltic 9 Alpha Golf, minus 14.
Baltic 9 Alpha Golf, Tower, you can vacate Hotel 2.
Alright, I made a decision now. I show you the next 2 landings to go, and then I think I'll call it a stream, because after that it's really calming down completely.
Hello, good afternoon, behind the Challenger, line up and wait for runway 28 behind, Portugal 931 Lima.
Yeah. One Air Baltic from Riga, and then the 3rd Austrian Airlines from Vienna today. Ooh, drinking too fast here.
Ivory 61, contact departure, good afternoon. Departure is not clear from Melbourne.
Yeah, conclusion from this spot here. It was an interesting experiment, so to say, to do the first live stream here. During the inbound rush, totally okay. However, afterwards, the traffic is slowing down. Not ideal. However, great views indeed. On the touchdowns. Selbstgebrannter Schnaps, nee. Es ist Grüntee, aber okay. I think I will, in the summer season, combine it with the live streams a bit differently from this spot. Do some filming in the morning here, in the morning sun, and then move to a spot further up on the approach path and stream from there in the afternoon until the evening for like 6 or 7 hours as usual, and then even though the afternoon is a bit slower in traffic, I can then show you the shots I've made at this spot here in the replay, and then I can combine it somehow. I think that's the way to go.
Hello, 13 Alpha Tower, continue, and after landing you can take Hotel 2 for shortest taxi, no traffic behind.
So then we have the Uppsala Yes, feel free to zoom in, camera.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Minapa.
Air Baltic landing from Riga. One of many Air Baltic landings we've seen today. Ja, ich trinke nicht so viel Alkohol, also so gut wie gar keinen eigentlich.
Baltic
It's
9
all-
Alpha Golf, contact apron 121.855. Apron 121.855.
Well, and then there's only one
Austria
remaining.
13 Alpha, wind
Austrian
160
Airlines
degrees, 3
from
knots,
Vienna.
114, clear to land.
Third one today. Another A320 in the new livery. Would have been fun if it was the retro livery, then we would have all of those different liveries they have so at the moment on the A320. But well, maybe at another day. Gute Frage, Yannick. Also die Triebwerke werden abmontiert, das weiß ich. Aber die Flieger selber, die werden einfach abgestellt. Und dann bin ich mir nicht sicher, ob ich auch gelesen habe, dass sie die 100er weggeben wollen, ganz generell, und nur noch die 300er betreiben. Weil für die London City Route haben sie jetzt Helvetic. So here we have the last landing of this live stream today.
Baltic 9 Alpha Golf, contact with Juliet, cross runway 28, contact apron 121.755. Good afternoon. Cross runway 28 and contact 11755. Good afternoon. Beyond 091, contact departure. Good afternoon. Contact departure, goodbye, beyond 091. Austin 13 Alpha, second right, hotel 2 apron 11855, please claim.
Okie doke. Nice landing to finish this off. And that being said, thank you very much once again for tuning in today. It was loads of fun today at this spot here for the first time. I had a great time. I had some very nice shots like the Swiss A350, of course, Emirates A380, ULS Cargo A310 was very nice as well. And I would like to say special thanks once again to everyone who has donated. ZRH Aircraft, thank you for the $2. And Captain Gator for the $10, thank you very much. And I am Ton 617, thank you for donating 10 memberships to the ZISF Geeks community. And welcome to all the new members of the ZISF Geeks, of course. And also Lone Ranger Nomad and I am Ton 617. Thank you very much for moderating the live chat. This is highly appreciated every time. This makes my life a bit easier here, so thank you for that. Well, that was it for today. Again, thank you for tuning in. I hope you enjoyed it. Have a great rest of the weekend, a good week, and I hopefully see you next time again. And also in German, in Deutsch oder auf Deutsch. Vielen herzlichen Dank fürs Einschalten heute. Ich hoffe, ihr hattet eine Menge Spaß hier mit mir heute hier am Flughafen Zürich. Haben ein paar tolle Sachen gesehen, Swiss A350, Emirates A380 und die ULS Cargo A310 war natürlich auch ganz toll. Ich wünsche euch einen ganz schönen restlichen Samstag, ein schönes Wochenende, eine gute Woche und dann darf ich euch hoffentlich im nächsten Livestream wieder begrüßen. Habt eine gute Zeit und bis zum nächsten Mal. Ciao zusammen.